Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Quan King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. Hope everybody's having a fantastic trading day or investment day, whichever side of the market you're on. I'm just trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here on Bitcoin. 4 hour is still a bit bearish, from what I can tell. I did end up catching that short yesterday. Let me just say that. Say I made an attempt over here on stream yesterday for this candle right here, um, from a swing failure on momentum. Only got a scalp out of that, so that was as good as that got. Then I attempted it again here off of this candle, and that same situation. So, stop loss to break even, of course, and I tried it again here. Got a little bit more of a push down in here for myself, but still just wasn't what I was looking for. Then finally I nailed it. Finally nailed it here. So we didn't have any strength in this move to the upside, and I could see that. Um, but it wasn't a strong selling point. And at the same time, thing that I was saying to you yesterday too, as we were getting this move up, is the fact that if you're taking a look at the IBIT chart, like you can see more longs opening up, and like this is that would be more long term. Like some accumulation is taking place on Bitcoin right now as we continue to bounce around these lows. So um, my short is simply just a hedge against my long position that I did open on Bitcoin, and we talked about some of those levels. So yeah, right now I'm just trying to get a bounce off of here. I did make an attempt here off of this golden pocket. I was hoping that kind of things stayed that way before I came on stream, so anybody who wanted to get into that could do that. But now it's from this 786. So I'm opening up a new long position here. I still have my old one open. I'm just opening up a new one on a different account. So that just took place here off of this 786. Um, Very tight stop loss on this as well for anybody that's interested in it. Because again, I do think that the 4 hour time frame is still a little bit lackluster in terms of getting a nicer move to the upside. Uh, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes from here. We're bouncing right now off of standard deviation 1 on that 4 hour time frame. That's what we're bouncing off right now. I can show you that actually without having to go to the 4 hour chart. I can just show you from here. So we're bouncing. This is the standard one right here. So that's what we've been tapping into, the standard one right here, getting a little bit of a bounce off of that. So we lose that, then I will be looking for price action to get down into this level right here, which is about 67,747 at the moment, or maybe even up slightly from that, but around 67,000 is what I'd be looking for on Bitcoin if we do start to roll down a little bit more. First place that we can look at is going to be the bottom side of this little channel that we're in. This is typically a bullish formation here to have to have a descending channel, but it doesn't mean that price can't come back down here and test this again, especially if we're losing momentum. If we're losing momentum, then our chances of getting to the top side of the channel are going to be a bit weak, and we would tend to drop down here, and then you would want to change. You would want to modify your top line to adjust for the loss of steam. So it would no longer be a channel at that point, but still descending, still descending. So that's what I'm watching here on Bitcoin at the moment. See if we can't get this bounce away from the standard deviation 1. Now on the 4 hour time frame, I can tell you this here. Let's see, this is the 1 hour, so you can see momentum. Looks like we could put in some bullish divvies through here between the low and over here, but not really anything confirmed right now. No real strength coming in from the let's see. Let me move on to the 4 hour here. So you can see we have like this this little formation here on the 4 hour time frame. Yesterday we were looking at a possibility for head and shoulders here. I'm not head and shoulders, but a double top right here. We didn't get that breakdown here yesterday, so which would have been a flat line here for the neckline break. We didn't get that, so I just moved it up because we did get this little small bit of a bounce right here. So we're just looking to hold where we are. See if we can't push back up here to the top of this formation here. I don't even know what to call it. It's not triangular. It's not wedging or anything like that. But we are still within this larger golden pocket 786 from yesterday. We're still within this. Like we're absolutely doing nothing right now, just waiting on market to open probably. So if we get the drop, a larger drop to the downside, this is still going to be the area that we're going to be looking at here to see if we don't get that higher low here. And we will have some internal breaks to structure through here as we are putting in, well, you can say this is a lower high right here at the moment. We have a lower high here. And then we put in a lower low. Yeah, so just know that the structure will be lower highs and lower lows at that point. Let's take a look here, see if anything changed over here. Nothing's changed over here. If you can see what we rejected from was actually the same place over here that we initially looked for support at the first time, but note that this was prior resistance. So yeah, so prior resistance still being resistance. It did not act as support for us on this drop down. So this is the area that we're rejecting from right here. I haven't seen anything here on the daily time frame again from yet since you know, I have been discussing this daily time frame. It remains bearish. It remains that bears are in control of this time frame over here. But still accumulation from here. Doesn't mean we can't go lower and accumulate from lower, but accumulation is happening in here. The idea here remains the same. I shared with you yesterday how if you're on the Binance chart, so I VWAP from my low of the 2022 bear market, the absolute low of the 22 bear market, that VWAP is coming in here around the 786. And we did measurements for all three of the bearish formations that are here. We did one for this potential head and shoulders here, the bear flag measure move, and also the ascending Broadman formation measure move, which all target here at the 786, which is typically where price action returns to in the bear market between that 786 and the 0.886. At least for the, I think like the last three retracements were within that pocket, the platinum pocket. Now, if we're on the index chart, that's going to show up differently. You're going to see that VWAP comes in here up higher. So this will be around about where the 786 will be located at. This is where we have the golden pocket at here. And we also have the lower bounds of this ascending channel here as well. And prior lows that could also act as support. Since this area here was prior support, it could become support again. We also, the bear market low, according to one of the indicators that I tend to use on the monthly time frame, indicates that we should maintain through here and not take out this low. If we're taking out this low, then we're getting a deviation, right? So more importantly, so if this isn't the low here and we come down a little bit more, then it would be like the golden pocket or the 786 in my opinion. Really, I like to see us holding here and not break below this channel. I think it's a little bit more bearish if we are breaking below the channel. Sometimes market makers will want to take liquidity below a trend line, but this would just be the second touch on this bottom side of this channel for us. Yeah, it would just be the second touch. Let's see if I have that fib in here. I think it's this one. Yeah, so this one. You can see this would be the golden pocket right here, where we have this VWAP at. And we have the ascending channel trend line here as well. And not that it's important for us to talk about this, but it's just something to note because I believe that we will be far away from this unless it happens this bear market. Ascending channels tend to break to the downside. They do. This would just be the second touch. So for me personally, I don't focus on it like that because it would just be the second touch. But moving forward, just be aware of that. It's kind of like that rainbow chart, you know. Rainbow is a rounding top, and rounding tops are bearish. So whatever that implies. But that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. We also looked at, oh, let me take you back over here. Something I updated over here. Let me come back down here to this one. No. Not on this chart. I didn't update it. I must have did it over here instead. Yeah, over here instead. Don't see it right now. That's weird. Could have sworn I changed this though. Anyway, not for nothing. I was sharing like the momentum here. Like we had the 1-2 touches that create the trend line through here. And you can see where we got the break above here and the bottom came in for the 2022 bear market here. I went in and to adjust this. So I'm going to hide this one right here. I just wanted to put in a flat line. So I'm looking for two things right here. So I'm going to flat line this right here because this right here also shows us where we got that first bounce up right here by getting the break below here and then a reclaim back above. And this is a lot cleaner. So that means that you would have not taken that first break above here, and you would have taken the one that actually from the way it was descending, you would not have taken that one and had a fake out into well, not a fake out, but the bullish divergence that came in afterwards. So if I put this one back on here, yeah, so you would have avoided this. You would have avoided this because you would have had to wait on this break of this flat line here, the horizontal line there. That's the point I'm trying to make by just doing a horizontal instead of a diagonal. So I'm going to watch that, and you can see how we're on this right now, and then watching this one as well here for the break. And then, you know, if we don't break back above this one, I'm going to watch for this one right here in terms of momentum. So you can see how that looks here on the chart. You can see that. So potentially this could be, you know, it could be that our low is somewhere right in here. And if not, then I just start to look down here at this one. And this one, I actually want to set an alert on just in case. And that's how I'm viewing this monthly time frame. All right, and back over here, we're getting that little bit of a bounce in here right now off of this descending channel. Let me just see where that, let me see if that was coming in anywhere close to this, and it's not. I'm going to work with it though. The only thing for me is that the break up could be stagnant. So if I do this one right here, oh, not that, but this might actually line up with that. We'll see. But because I'm using a 4-hour time frame to help get me in and out of the trade, yeah, could see it stall out right here if it manages to get that high anyway. So you can see a breakout of this channel and see price action stall out around that 69.768, something like that. This is this will move slightly. It just will, but just bear that in mind. That the breakout for anybody who's looking to be a trend line trader, that could happen. So you want to focus more on your local breaks in here, um, like this one. I'm focusing on support right now, potential support. But if you wanted to wait for some sort of break, then you want to focus on your more internal breaks. Like this one would be the next one right here. Doesn't always play out good. Let me just say that your main trend line, like your more macro trend line for that area is the one that's a lot more important than your minor trend line. We're hitting these lows through here. I'm gonna spend a little bit more time just focusing on the Bitcoin chart today, and then I'm gonna move into taking a look at like your Ethereum and your Solana, just a brief coverage of them, because nothing has really changed there in terms of what I have to say to you, and then we'll take a look at gold and silver and copper as well, and we'll look at things like your Nvidia, um, your Max 7 stuff there. I could put one of these on here for like where I entered, because I did enter off of this 786, but at the end of the day, my stop is not going to be down here. My stop is much closer. It's much tighter. And then here I can do this because I think it's probably something like that. Just for anybody who wanted to uh, participate, just so you're aware of what I'm doing in here. But again, this is not my stop. It's a tight stop still, but it's not my stop. This semi-equal low it just looks like liquidity that could be taken. Just saying. This looks like liquidity that could be taken. So not tripping on this loan, because it does look like liquidity that they will come back and take. And if they do come back and take this liquidity down here, it might be something worth considering. And again, here. Yeah. Without a doubt, that looks like liquidity. They could come back and take that. And if that happens, possible we can look for an SFP of that. Um, for a scalp position, we could look for an SFP of that. I'll come back to that though. Let's focus on where we're at right now. Pretty much see how this is. Yeah. Acknowledging the lows that we're hitting over here, but also momentum is a little it's not there. I mean, like you can see it down through here too. We're not there. Um, it's a desperate attempt, to say the least. We do have some data today. I know we covered this yesterday, but it helps to cover it all over again. Um, so on our calendar for today we do have at 8:30 we have retail. So we have core retail, retail sales. We also have some medium impact employment cost index and import prices as well at 8:30. We have the ADP weekly employment change, but that's tentative with the government shutdown. Okay. Um, and a couple of other things in here that, may not really matter. We'll see. And today is a bank holiday for Japan. Mhm. All right. Let's take a look at liquidation. Let's see liquidation heat map in here. Yeah, liquidity below us. That liquidity below us. See if there was anything new that I came across in here. Nothing. Nothing at all. This is our previous day low as well that we're bouncing off of. So those tend to be good entries too. Like if you break below a previous day low, but then you manage to reclaim above it, those are pretty good entries to consider. Um, this was so annoying yesterday because you could see you could see the struggle in trying to get the little push up, but somehow it managed to keep popping up on me. That was a little frustrating. I'm just gonna switch this to like this for a minute. Let me see. I don't like cutting through wicks unless I'm doing a line chart. And even this implies that it's rising and not downwards. Like it's not, yeah, it's rising, regardless of how you do it, whether or not you want to do it like this, the way I have it on the 4 hour, it's rising. And even like this, you can see this is still a rising pattern. And so then the same thing would apply to here. You see how when you drop that on the line right here, like it is a rising pattern. A lot of people will do this right here, which there may be a time where I could see myself doing that, but for the most part, I don't do that. Why? Because this is all part of this leg down. This has nothing to do with what's happening in here. Price wasn't trapped here. So when I teach about patterns, patterns are created when price gets trapped in between support and resistance. That's how they happen. Price gets trapped between support and resistance. It's not trapped over here. It's actually just down. So I wouldn't use that. I would use where price action starts to get trapped between support and resistance, which is here. And right now I can see it's trapped because it's consolidating. Patterns are formed with consolidation and not falling ships, sinking ships like that. Like there was no fight here. It's not trapped between anything. Bears clearly control that. Here, bulls and bears are both struggling. This is trapped. So it would be this pivot, this one, and this one, you know. And that says this pattern is rising. It's a rising pattern. Now this looks a little bit more wedgy by doing it off of the line chart. I'm gonna keep that on the line bias for now, though. Let me push back over. Let me see. Yeah, so you can see it a lot clearer here. Like, what do you have to draw off over here? Nothing. This is all one leg down. Like, this has nothing to do with the chop in here. Nothing. And then we wonder why we fail with trying to trade patterns. Is because it's interpreted by the person that's drawing it, for one. So just note that. And we can't rely on the pattern alone. We actually have to look at some other stuff too. Yeah, bulls are not taking over the 4 hour just yet. At least it's not showing that we have dominant strength in here just yet. It's not showing that bears either. Not anymore. Not anymore. I mean, we wouldn't get this leg up if they did, right? So it's neutral. Just strolling back through because Bitcoin is a bit boring. It's a bit boring. Uh, and then there'll be other times where it's moving too fast and it's like, slow down, please. Come on, Betty. Oh boy. I need to. What was it? Something I needed to do. I can't think of what it is right now. Oh, I do need to pull up. Let me see. This morning, just kind of see. It seems like no matter how many times I try to save my tab for that freaking thing, no, that is not what I asked for. That's what I asked for. I wonder why I read some mobile bookmarks for me anyway. Other bookmarks, bar. I'll try this and see. ETF. Open up pre-market here and see. If I don't have anything showing up today, um, you know, pre-market here for IBIT. Got silver in here again. It's pretty active right now. Got ETH in here. No IBIT this morning, but we got most active pre-market right now is going to be the Ethereum ETF. Yesterday we had Solana and XRP in here as what were they in here as? I cannot remember. You got Solana in here, pre-market loser. ETH is in here as a pre-market loser as well. Yesterday it was XRP and Solana. No biddy today. Let me just click back over here, and I still want to click on it. See what we're looking like right here. Change it to a side-by-side view in here. We're really gonna need to wait till market opens. This change isn't good right here. Not at the moment. That was bearish. This looks a little better. On puts this morning. My IBIT changes. Oh, did you see Bitcoin? I told you. There was no strength.
We're going down?
With no strength. So now we're gonna watch out for this liquidity being taken down here, because ay. Yeah, we broke that. We just didn't have any strength. You can see it right here. Like I said, there's no strength showing in here. It was an attempt, though. It was an attempt. Let's see about this liquidity down here. Now that we've broken that, I'm just gonna drop. Oh, we should stop doing that. Drop that flat. So we're gonna have this liquidity, but then there's also the liquidity that's down here as well. So my short is nice right now. Really not too far off from where we were earlier. Unless I see some strength here. Yeah. Would this be another attempt for me? Probably not. I'm gonna have to wait to see something change in here. So what I was saying to you earlier about momentum, right? Is that there was a break like in between here to there, but afterwards you can see how with that breakup we should have been able to come back into this trend line right here, and we didn't manage to do that, which means momentum is declining down and not up. So instead of looking at the parallel, I'm going to keep the parallel in here, um, for in the event that it just does a sweep down here and reclaim, as opposed to this one right here does a sweep here and does a reclaim. But if it doesn't do that, then we're going to take away this channel and we're going to focus on the downtrending momentum through here. Confirmation is going to have to be everything, because it could be going down to like the 67 or something like that. It would have to be an S&P, because if it's not, then they're doing a run on this area right here, because the 4 hour, like I said, 4 hour is still bearish. Since I'm basing things on the 4 hour, obviously. Uh, but 4 hour is still bearish, so it would have to be a sweep and nothing more than that, because it could see prices. Let's see this liquidity over here. Let's see both of these, but let's do this too. I probably should have just did the this one right here, the horizontal ray instead. Little bullish divergence right there. A little bit of bullish divvy right here. Well, not right there, but right here. I think it is. Let me see. It's exaggerated, so now I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm gonna pass on whatever we're doing in here right now. Personally, I'm gonna pass on that. Most certainly gonna pass on it. It looks cute though. Looks really cute. I'm gonna move this. Oh, check the liquidity again. See it. Greatest liquidity right now, looking at the heat map, is going to be right here. Oh, 67,918, 67,918. So that's even below that that level coming in where where the lower side of the channel is. That's even below that right there. 67,918. Yeah, that would be somewhere down through here. You see this sort of block right through here. Let me just see what this is. Let's see what this is. Might as well fall all the way down to the low. Just break the bottom down here. Oh boy. Yeah, it's kind of garbage right now this morning. And again, at the moment too, Bears have control of our bit for the moment. Market makers are selling more put contracts. Let me put it to you like that right now. Exchanges are selling more put contracts. I bet. Let me stop. I bet sure selling more put contracts. Mm. And again, I think this could be a scalp. I don't think that this is going to be anything more than that until the 4 hour. Um, yeah, see, until the 4 hour shows me something different. Let me take away the hollow for now. It's slow motion. Let's take a look at Ethereum since Ethereum did come up in conversation while I'm waiting on Bitcoin right now. So Ethereum, same situation over here. We can see how momentum is steadily declining. We had this one little attempted break to the upside right here, which failed. Can look for a back test back here and see if price action can't bounce off of that trend line coming back down. See if there's anything over here that would give it any sort of confluence or anything. I don't see anything there specifically. Let me turn that off for a second. Let me switch this to a web chart here and um, I could have sworn I drew a fib off of this yesterday. And I may have. Let me see, what's this? Top there. And then looks like we held support through here a few times off of this high and this little bit right here. We include this just to include it just in case we break, and then we're looking for another rejection back up above that. And then I want to do a fib off of this low to this high right here. And see how we can do around this high right here for Ethereum. Otherwise, we just sort of continue to chop a little bit. Actually, I'm not going to worry about this line. Let's set it like that. Either way it goes, momentum is declining. It didn't manage to get back up here, so towards that trend line. So that's declining. Turn that back on. There. Let me get this out of here. I should have did this across the board. Yep, bearish. Let's all get out here. That from a couple of days ago. below prior day's low as well. I'm gonna hide that for now. So below prior day's low, possible head and shoulder. Let me see if I can count that as that. Did we measure anything off of this yesterday? I'm wondering. I don't see that we did, but I'm just gonna take this into account. Gonna take it into account. Actually the neckline would be different. So let me do it like this just to get this first. Be like that. That would be considered the breakdown if we get it. And that'll be down here. Uh, that's if that happens. Let's see. I'm still bypassing any interest right here. I just don't see a reason right now. Um, I'm going to choose the side that makes more sense here in a second, even if I have to add to my short position. Uh, I hate the way that institutional interest has made Bitcoin boring. I hate it. But that is what it has done. It's made it very boring. Um, we're so dependent at this point on market being open. And it's generally like the first, the typical stock market kind of, narrative, you know, the first few minutes or the first few hours count. And then after that, it's just boring. I hate the boredom. I really hate the boredom. That was the beauty of crypto was that price action would just it would move like you make these moves so fast. There was a lot more volatility, and there's such a decrease in volatility now. So I don't know. We're already 1 hour in on Bitcoin, and we haven't done much at all since starting. It's 1 hour in. Look at bubbles. The bubbles. So we got going on over here on bubbles. We got Pippin back up 36.2% on Pippin. Haven't looked at Pippin in a couple of weeks, or actually about a week, probably. Pippin. It's back on the grind. Nice to see you back up, Pippin. Um, see, we got Rain up. Quant just Aster Zek. Zach is up 3.3%. Let's move forward here and see what we got over here. River. River's up 29.8%. I'll take a look at some of these newbies for me that I was tracking parts in some of these newbies. So What is this? What are you? Oh, I don't know. And then 300, top 300 really is where I don't want to go any more than that. Power. It's up 35%. Okay. I don't think if I ever looked at Banker, I may have. I may actually have that in here as well. So Banker coin. Let's take a look at some of those real quick while I'm here on this Bitcoin 15-minute time frame. Let me just see. I think I put those in. Yeah, they'll be over here. Pippin. See what Pippin. Look at Pippin. Okay. It's amazing how you can drop something and then a week later come back and see how it's still relevant, or at least it was. So Pippin was resistance, resistance, resistance a few times right in there. Let's see. These were the two support levels I was looking at for Pippin, but Pippin did not. Yeah, Pippin was not Pippin. Pippin was not Pippin. Let's see what we got on Pippin right now. Um, Internal EMAs here for a sec. Let's take a look at, let's go 4 hour. Okay, back above 200 on the 4 hour time frame. Snooted, um, but not the end all be all, that's for sure. Yeah, I would long Pippin if it came back to 30, about 30 cents. Back here around this high right here, I would long it. Can't do anything from here in terms of a short. Let's see what we hit in. It's up pretty good. Check back in on it once it gets into here. See how Pippin is doing. I think I turn off all my alerts on Pippin, so I just watch for that. Useless. I didn't see anything on it. Oh, it's definitely useless. It's 1 2 taps there. 1 2 taps here on useless. You see that? Let's see. It tapped it here. I'm looking at this, the 60 right here. Tapped it there. Um, could be another short entry on Pippin. Useless right here. I don't really have any other stuff in here on useless. Yeah, this is useless. Yeah, off of a 4 hour, this could be another. Actually, I'll take that back because then you'd be breaking these little pivots right through here. Okay, might be time to get long on useless. We're holding this low down here. Broke that one. Might be. Might be time to get long on useless. Hmm. I don't really have any. Let me see useless on the daily. Might have been time to get long on useless. I'm not gonna lie to you. Might have been. Take that away. Let me just see some internal stuff through here. Okay. Internally, there is internally that's this. I'm gonna move that because I don't like for it to be a break in it. Okay. So internally we got this. I'm gonna set an alert on this. It's something worth looking at later. It's gonna be that, and then I'm gonna set an alert on this too. Don't care if it's entering. Don't care if it's exiting either. It might. Um, yeah, so I put an alert on both of these right here. We'll see how this goes for this, because otherwise you have to wait on a break above here unless something changes. And that'd be 7 cents. That's a whole 3 cents off. Yeah, so I shall wait on this situation here. Looking at something like that. That's just 7. I don't like how I'm seeing the stop on this. Okay, I can see it now. I wanted to give it a 1 at least. Where are you problematic at? Probably somewhere right in there. It would be problematic. So something like that, or something in here somewhere. Don't really know how long that would take, so that's why I'm setting it like that. But I know I'll be looking at that this trend line here and this trend line here on useless. And then river. Oh, we missed this on river. And it fell all the way back down here too. Straight missed this on river. Um, okay, river trying to come up with the come up. It's a little bit too late for me to jump in on river because that was all the way down here at 11 cents. 11.10, yeah, 11 cents on that little SFP there on that low. That was all the way low. Let's see. I'm gonna get rid of. I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna drop this right here, and then I want to drop this right there. I'm gonna drop all of this because none of that's gonna make sense to me. Drop that. There's our danger level right there. Drop that. Keep those two though. I think I can push this up a little bit. Right there. This is going to be an important wick right here. that off the 4 hour, that drop level. Um, TD, yeah. You see that? That was our danger, like rug pool. It was our rug level right there. That if it lost that, then it was rugging, and boom, down like that because it lost the cloud at that point. This is bad news. It's bad news right through there, but it's still cute. Once it got above 50, more than likely. Yeah, once it got above 50, you can see the difference. Mm. I don't want to play with River because this is a BS move. Um, see Rose. That's a BS move. And take a look at Power since it popped up. See, what was I looking at in here? I was looking at the double top and the measured move for the double top, which that didn't happen for price action to get down here. We hit the rug area and we bounced clean off of that rug area instead. So that's decent that it did that. Did not lose. Power is better. You can see how we tap right into um, our rug level right here. This is like one of the only times I drew through a wick. Um, very seldom will I do that, but this was something different, and that it wouldn't have made sense to do that, especially when you can see that this line through here was getting some respect there. You know, take a little liquidity over it, respect there. Let's see what we got happening now. And delete that, and delete that. And go ahead and take this stuff away here. And I will probably keep my X's. X's are always good for something. Um, let's drop that. It's just too much noise altogether. Let me just goodbye. I'll keep that rug though. And let's do this. Let's oh, I already have it on, so I need to do all of that. We'll move rug to here for now, at least off of this 4 hour time frame. It's gonna be 23,059 there. You can already see the number right there, 02359. I'm gonna put this here as a if it holds, and I'm just gonna extend the one here as well. Here. I'm just extending it, and that's it. Change this red color. Because I like this right here. Draw a fib off of that and see where we got some confluence at if we do manage to get a pullback in here. That's a little close for comfort, but I would definitely look at it. And then I'm gonna take this. Actually, I'll just delete it. Let me see how I feel about that. And this is straight in the air. That just doesn't look sustainable. Let me see something while I'm waiting on Bitcoin over here. Still trying, but I don't see any real strength coming out of that. Let's see if we stay inside here. This is only if we stay inside. We'll put one down. We'll put one up. That says this too. Uh, if for some reason that happens, if for some reason it happens, this would apply it too. But I think it did. Yeah. Just depends on when it happens. Let me see what we're doing inside this pattern so far. Drop on 15 minutes so I can see what we're doing inside of here. Actually, let me go for a 5 so I can see a little bit better what's happening. No, I don't like that. That has no structure at all. I don't like that. Let's see what did it do here. Possible continuation. Yeah, possible continuation on that. Not someplace I'm gonna be buying though. So either it comes down here and it meets something down here, or it doesn't. And holy smokes, Batman, forget about it. So yeah, that's turn this back on. Yeah, like I said, that looked like continuation, but the pattern just didn't look like anything great. I'm not gonna take anything from here though. So if it comes back down here, I'll um, look back at this for potential. So I just set an alert on it just to see if it happens. But I don't want to play with it at these highs. So that's that. Um, oops, oops, oops. Don't know what happened there. So we'll see. I got an alert set for that. I'm gonna set an alert for this one as well, just in case this is within the golden pocket. So I'm gonna set an alert on that on this also. We'll see. If we can get something like one of these two, then I'll get interested. Here it could be continuation up, get the break out of this range in here that just formed here on the 4 hour time frame. But um, outside of that, I'm not interested up here for power. It's already up a whopping what was that? 35%. Bitcoin trying to push up a little bit more. I still don't see the strength in it, but it is trying. Um, yeah, so I'm not interested in longer when it's already up 35% in here. Pulls back enough, then it gets interesting. And also, if I take a look at, let me go back, take a look at this EMA here. Just see. Okay, so on the 5 minute time frame right now, 29, 27 um, would need to be protected. So yeah, would have to be somewhere like in here, with it being that far away from the 200. If that happens here, for me to get interested. See on the 4, which is what I was looking at. That would just be this 26 and these highs over here. So that's what I'm interested in. That I am interested in. Um, Everything just kind of comes into here. So this I know I'm interested in. The rest of it I'm not interested in. Ooh, just gonna do that in blue, just because it's my favorite color. So yeah. So here also where the 10 is at as well, I could get interested. 15 power. Otherwise, I guess it just breaks out and goes on. I see Santos in here. Oh shit. Forgive my language. Oh crap. That is a huge stop in here though. This is for a long term play on spot. On spot. This is not there's no way this was leverage. But this was a spot call. Uh, I hadn't even looked back over here at this stuff again. It's been was I know it's been yeah, that's from the 29th of January. So it's been a long time. Mm. It's hitting VWAP. So it is hitting VWAP right now. Now look at Rose. You can just tell I haven't been back over here at all. Um, I remember the double top, but I didn't do anything measured. it's not a glorious 4 hour for me to work with. Let me go to the daily. I think if I looked at this, let's see what you're doing. Like that. It has some merit. Tell you what I'm gonna do. Watch this parallel on those. Yep, like I said, Bitcoin didn't really have any strength in there. Let me see if this hit already. Not yet. So this double top actually hits down here below this low right here. This is some good liquidity to come in for right here too. So I watch that here. Let's see. No, I can't do it like that. I can do this. Got an alert set for this now. Assuming that we finish out this measure move on this double top. So we know that that is what I'm looking at, is a double top. I was wondering why that wasn't lining up. It's like, that's kind of weird. Anyway, you get the picture. As I struggle to try to get that line perfect, you get the picture. Um, that this is a double top. That we got in here. Alright, so if we get in here on rolls, I start to look back at this and see if it's worth entertaining for a long position there and then here as well. And go back over here to Bitcoin. So got 3 things set up, I believe. One of the reasons why, I was like, know what, forget about that. Don't have any interest in what's happening around here is because we're still hitting the same resistance, trying to get the push up from here, regardless of the fact that it started to chop this low. We're still hitting the same resistance, so we're not able to actually go any higher. So the same resistance, you can see over here repeatedly that rejection coming from here. So I don't want to keep messing with that, you know. So I just leave that alone and I just wait. And then it's not showing any strength to the upside either. Not in its current state. It's really not showing too much strength. So I wait for it to move away from that resistance a little bit more. Not that you won't come down here and experience other resistance points, because we will. But sometimes you don't have the same sellers sitting at those levels. So we'll see how we do once we move away from here, come down here towards the bottom side of the channel. And if it makes sense, then I will make another attempt at the long position, for an additional long position anyway, with you guys here on stream. And if not, then, like I said, what the liquidity is, it's below 67 somewhere, below that 67, around the $67,000 range. 67,918 is what it reads on CoinGlass. So 67,918. With that said, I can set this. Let's just set this. I know that they're 2 different charts. So wherever it is, somewhere around there is where I'll be looking at. And then hold on. I said what? 18 is entry. I'm gonna change this, just so you know. I'm not gonna wait on no $1,000 move, of course. I just wanted to put something in there for now. Um, so it's the same. It's just sweep down through here or something, and then yeah, let me move that stop. Just give me a sec. It's still a lot. Let's see if I can make it 50. But you know what? I actually liked it how it was. Not that I, yeah. This is 7. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah. It's going to be a if this, then that. And stops theoretically should be where you feel like you're being validated at. Um, but in this case, I'm just doing it by a dollar amount move on Bitcoin because I don't know. Yeah, 37 alerts over here. Jeez. These are the ones I just set. So I'm going to leave those as is. I have a couple in here on silver, copper. I had MS Microsoft in here as well. Tesla, got an alert on that. Ethereum. I got a ton of alerts in here on gold and copper and silver. And why do I have something in here on PayPay? Get rid of PayPay. Uh, I don't even know that this is still relevant to look at. That was 27. It's probably not. I got something here on it. Oh gosh, 37. And delete some of these. I'm sure of it. Speaking of which, I haven't taken a look at gold and silver just yet, so let me go ahead and do that. It's almost 8 o'clock. Data's coming out at 8:30, so let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so nothing's changed in here from yesterday. I was talking about this little triangle formation in here, and I was telling you that I felt like this right here is a little bit bearish since it did develop at the lows in here after a sell off. Then we got this. You can see we started to break out the top side of it a little bit in here. We're still within resistance. Like with this zone right here is highlighted as a resistance zone, so we haven't moved far off from that at all. My PDH, I'm just gonna let that go at this point. I don't really care about that. Just be one less line on the chart. I mean, this could still make that attempt to get in here to the golden pocket, whatever. But just momentum just kind of looks lost a little bit through here. Not really seeing the bulls really gain complete control over here. Like we've had these little bounces in here, which have more than likely been just short opportunities. But this is a 4 hour time frame, so we're not all the way there on the 4, in my opinion. No bear div in here though. I do appreciate that. There's no bear div in here on gold. Just not seeing what I want to see on this. I'm still long. Don't get me wrong, because we longed somewhere over here off of this wick because that was what we were looking for. So I'm still holding the long on that. Um, Still holding the gold long, but I just don't see the follow through here yet on gold. this time frame. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, see, you can see how we're getting the momentum breaks pushes through here, but no breakdown either. So this little pattern, but no follow through here. Want to get outside of this. Want to get above here. Not really seeing the follow through. Keep holding that long though. Silver. um, so a lot of interest started to come in on silver. We were talking about that yesterday. I still have this measure move in here. For if this bear flag plays out, that would, indicate that silver would come down here about $35. So right now, it's holding. Take a little shot in here. Look, actually, you got a, yeah, chotch. Yeah, got a chotch in here. I wouldn't say an actual breaker structure, but definitely a chotch. Want to see us come down, put in a higher low, if anything. Um, it is still hitting this resistance zone as well, but it has moved into the golden pocket, and then you have the 786 in here. But this is just going to be a lower high until it proves something different in terms of here. From just say if we were looking at it on the 1 hour time frame, like I said, a bit of a structural change in that regard. But yeah, still lower. Potential head and shoulder could be forming right here. I know we talked about something else in here on silver. Let's see, there's silver or gold. But that's what I'm anticipating. That if that was the top, then I expect for us to continue to cool off in here and come back down somewhere around about 35. Personally, um, that's what I'm thinking about it. So far, let's see. Even if I look at it from the AMA stance in here, we're still below the 200, but we saw that we were, initially we got that bounce here off of that four right through there. Daily. Yeah, I don't feel bullish on it. I mean, because we know we had already got the rejection coming back up towards this momentum line right here. Can't go a little bit more and come down here and touch this one right here. I don't feel bullish on it at all. But buyers have been stepping in through here. Um, Nothing changed in here for me for copper either. Copper, which is behaving, will perform a lot better than silver at the moment. I'm looking at this ascending broadening formation in here, which is typically bearish, but copper could, it could just come back down here and back test this trend line and get a bounce away from there. But if it breaks down, then the measured move, wherever it breaks down for, will come into play. We're looking at this VWAP down here. Um, so what we did with copper is we put copper inside of a parallel channel for one. Take away that we put copper inside of this parallel. channel right here, and you can see how that's worked out for it, pretty decent. And then also the ascending broadening, which would put it somewhere back down here towards the bottom side of this channel. And if it takes liquidity below that channel, then I'd be looking at VWAP or something like that. But yeah, just nothing really solid in here right now. Um, that's what I'm watching for. So if we get it, we get it. We don't. Um, if we get something like this, I get interested in copper. In here, we're still too close to the top in here, so I have to pull back a little bit more for me to get interested in that. And silver, I just think the silver can come down a lot more. Um, don't really have any structural support, and not a lot. We marked out what we could find in here, but just not a lot of structural support. And right now we're at resistance, so we're at resistance. I don't see the momentum really driving prices up higher. Maybe that happens today with money. It's Tuesday, so maybe that happens today. I did not take a position on silver. Yeah, I'm not seeing any indications of actual strength at the moment. Mm, below 50, below the mean right now, below the mean right now. Yeah, I'll wait. Above the mean. That's why I'm playing gold. Like if it loses the mean, then I just get stopped out. But yeah, there's still no grand follow through over here either. Not yet. So just chilling in the loan. I don't see anything new to do in here. Not at the moment. I mean, short resistance. Yeah, it is still outside of the pattern too. Uh, yeah, that's the only thing I would think is like it's like shorting the resistance or just waiting for it to see how it reacts if it gets to the golden pocket. Now, if it gets to the golden pocket with a closure there, then it will change structure in here off this 4-hour time frame. Um, still holding. You can see from the 15. Let's see. Looks a lot like Bitcoin through here. Um, whatever that is. If it's even something like that. I can move it. Actually, I don't want to. Uh, yeah, another little rising wedge right here. I don't know what this is doing, but I don't like that. Block this pattern. This looks like it could be a little head and shoulders in here. I'll map it out just in case. Just in case. And we'll see if there's any confluence there. Just map it out. Don't really know where that would happen from. Okay. It does hit these highs right here. It's not necessarily giving anything on that. I'll take away that 50 anyway. I don't like it. This is again, this is nothing confirmed. I'm just looking at the probable possibility, something like this. It looks so ugly. And since it's not about the shoulder over here, I'm just gonna make it look a little bit more. Hold on. Make it look a little bit more decent. All right. If it happens, nothing confirmed. Um, So ugly little head too while I'm here. Thinking extra. 1, 2, 3. Just because it's kind of ugly sitting like that. Yeah, so there we go. All right. Bitcoin still waiting on market to open. In terms of the Microsoft entry over here, and like I said, I did go ahead and take the Microsoft entry that we have been watching for here. It looks like we rejected around 50%. So around the mean in here, we're seeing a slight bit of a rejection in here, but that's to be expected. I understood that bear div or whatever through here was possible for Microsoft. So really want to see if we could range in here for a minute, and don't forget the bearish case is that we break down below here and then we end up doing something in here potentially. So don't forget that. I think that this is a good spot for it, but I just want you to be aware. Um, let's see, yeah. No confirmed follow through here on the daily time frame. The only thing we've done so far is we met our measured move here on the double top formation in here. We did that and we dropped into and filled in the gap that was in here off of the monthly time frame. So this gap was filled through here. I think I drew this off of the monthly though. Yeah, I drew it off of the monthly, but nonetheless, that gap was filled there. But no turnaround really suggested through here, and it would come late sometimes, but possibly better to have some confirmation off of these higher time frames. And so far, that's what we got. Just look for the chop through here and try to hold at the bottom side of the channel in here. That's it for Microsoft. Um, talked about the SPY yesterday also. When we talked about the SPY, we talked about the idea in here that this was a broadening formation in here. The bounce had already happened in here, so no follow through to the downside in here. You can see how we scale reclaimed in here for that push up here, but through here I was talking about. I can actually change this so it just makes it easier for you to see where in here. And this is a little bit broadening. I extended this out here and told you that price action could come back up here because it's broadening. Like you have wider swings in here. So if I extend the top line out here like that, then swings like this they happen. See, it didn't come all the way back down here either. Like price action did not come all the way back down here and test this low. Was looking at a measured move in here off of this double top formation in here, but price did not come all the way back down, which means momentum is increasing to the upside. So that means that price action could technically come into here, possibly see some resistance from this line again. That's possible. Unless it's failing to do that, and then you see this line right here off of this peak here. Let me straighten that out. It's neither one of these landed on here properly. But what time frame was I on with this? 24. Yeah. So hold on. Let me go back to this daily and drop this line. We might have hit it on the 24. I'm sorry. I think we did. Yeah, we did on the 24. My bad. I forget. I don't use the daily over here. So we hit it on the 24 in here. So we did come back down here and tap the bottom side here. And got the bounce away from the bottom side of this megaphone pattern in here. And what I'm saying to you is that it's possible for price action to swing all the way up here to back test the top side of this rising trend line through here. This can be adjusted. It can be. I can't remember where I drew it at because you know I'm real funny about how I draw my lines, but I may not have drawn it off of this 24-hour chart, which is why you see the little wicks coming through here. But nonetheless, I digress. Right here, through here, right there. So you can see that. That's basically what we did through here. Just kind of back test these two tops right here. So this is still valid for this move. I mean, this actually happened already. What am I talking about? That happened. Double top is already played out. So I can forget about that double top at this point. But that little rejection there. But that would be your invalidation, in through here. And I would just adjust the line across this section right here. Not, let me see how else I think I've seen. I got a 2-day rising cloud message in here. I need to check that out. I don't know. Yeah, I've seen other people draw it like this, but other people would have had to move this line a few times too. Because if you started out using this, then you would have had to move it a few times. But this right here was kind of consistent with coming up and tapping this line. So that's the why. That's why I'm using this one. So I would adjust this line personally. Not financial advice though. Do however you want to do it. Um, there hasn't been any successful breakdowns through here. It doesn't look like it's going to get a successful breakdown right now. It'll continue to just go sideways in here, if anything. So I just continue to watch that sideways price action throughout this megaphone pattern. If it does finally lose the bottom side of the megaphone, my first place is just to look back here at this line here, and that line again is the one that comes from this this point through here. This line comes through here. And you can see how price action came up and back tested this 1 or 2 times already. So I will be looking for that line right there first. And then after that, then we know we're actually going to be rolling over, I believe. But right now, I don't see a reason to, oof, please don't. I just got rid of that the other day. I hate that. There has to be another way of doing this. Apply to all. Just use a regular line. Oh, that's fine. Just leave it like that. What else? This looks quite boring. Yeah, no follow through strength to the upside here either. Yeah, because I did cover like a couple of rejection points through here for for the SPY. You can see those have been rejection points through here for the SPY. So this has been a couple of bounce areas through here for the SPY, but no, nothing that implies that the move up has a lot of strength. So we know that we are still looking for price action to break down, but right now we're just so sideways with zero follow through. And when I look for follow through, I'm going to look for it here off of the daily time frame. I'll see that right now. So if it comes back up here, look for a short there, or even here. I'll look to short it. Confirmation. What's Bitcoin doing? Continuing to try over here with Bitcoin. Uh, I don't think I really need to do anything in here for the cues or anything like that. So actually, it looks pretty decent through here. Broadcom. Hmm. This looks pretty good. Does need to invalidate the bearish, the bear div just coming off from over here. Has to invalidate that. Um, Currently rejecting the bottom side of this cloud right here. Just looking at this through here. Let me see. I don't know if it's making sense from here. But let me just do that. I mean, eventually it's going to catch that, but I was looking at it across here on this indicator. You can see the difference in the high through here, even if I don't do that one. Let's just say I did this one. Yeah, at the end, same results. Has to invalidate a bear div though. You got a bear div here, this high, and this one right here, and that sent it back down. No bear div between this point and over here, so that could be the plus. This could go a little bit higher. Still doesn't have the exact follow through. It's rejecting off of that 346 right now. The next place I would look for, if you are looking to short Broadcom, I mean, it will start to change some structure through here, like it did. It did right here, but it doesn't mean that it can't struggle. If price gets up here to about 372, it can still struggle there at 372 back here around the top side of this trend line here that was acting as some sort of a support for it through here. As you can see how we started hammering at it before the first time. That could be a spot. My bias on Broadcom is I like it, so I'm bullish on it personally. But I'm just, I'm just saying, like, if you're not, um, that could be a thing. Got 2 points through here. If it's not invalidating the bearish idea, you got these 2 points through here. But my place, if I was looking to short, would have been the bottom side here and the top side here, personally. I would long Broadcom if it came back down here. I like that. Watching Bitcoin is picking up a little bit more strength now. I can see that. But I would like it if it came back down here, either here or into the zone that I have highlighted over here for these highs. That would be the sweet spot for me. That would be a second touch of this right here. And I think I'm looking at this from it looks like I was watching it from a 3 months perspective. So all of this is gonna take some time. Yeah, that looks like what I was doing. Squeeze right there. That line may have drawn out differently from here. No, it's the same. Somewhat. Could have sworn I was over here. Did I delete that line? I think I did. I hope so. Yeah, I did. Why do I swear this is different? I swear it is. But when I did that, it didn't appear different. Anyway, I'm not interested in it in here. A little risey right through here as well. A little rising wedge right here. Bear deal has to be invalidated. I look for another move back down here on it. Probably a good place to short it is going to be somewhere across here through there, or like I said, back at that. wasn't here on this time frame. Yeah, where it is now is a good place to short it, or possibly because it's rejecting right here. Um, that would be my one strong attempt at shorting it would be somewhere right in here, and then again it would be somewhere right in here, about 372. Um, if it shows some sort of um, reaction there, that's what I would do. It's a little rough trying to get it there. Um, it's a little rough making the decision to short it from there. Let me put it to you like that. That would be a little rough, but it can work. NVIDIA, we just covered the idea and just put in the measured move for this if it's going to play out in terms of the head and shoulders, the lower high through here on NVIDIA. Still no closure above here yet. So I want to see a closure above here, not just a wick, because I can just move this line over here, to be honest with you, and say, well, I'm waiting on this to break down from another point. But yeah, I can just move this shoulder to here until I see a closure above here. To me, it's nothing. It's still a valid head and shoulder that could play out. That could play out. So the idea of taking a short, you would want to consider that around these highs in here, and not try to take a breakdown like this, or get a breakdown and do a back test and then take it. But yeah, it's still a head and shoulder formation at the moment. I need for it to prove that it's not going to be that. And see, earnings is coming up here, so yeah, market could just range around here until then. And if that happens, where it does see that rejection, then oh, I would look for this to play out fully. It actually comes right down here into this gap right through here. But my interest would lie in here somewhere. It just depends on how long it takes for it to get down here. It can all match up if that happens. But right now, this is just an idea and not a concrete. I just want to see this daily. No, no, a little bit more of a gap right there. That's so minor, so minor. I wouldn't think too much of that. Let's see on a monthly. Is there a reason? No, not really. Yeah, I would still be looking down here. That's where my interest would probably come in off of this line right here. If that happens, if it happens, but right now, mm, like I shared with you, I did finally take some profits off of I did finally take some profits off of Nvidia because I had not taken any profit, and I just been holding my bag. That was a nice little break. The gapper. This looks good over here. 1 hour. 1 hour looks pretty decent. Starting to lose some momentum there, but 1 hour looks decent. So probably a little pullback today. AMD, I'm still bearish on AMD. I don't care what it does. I'm bearish on it. But anyway, looks fine until, let me see, until it's starting to get bearish, and I'm bullish on Intel. I haven't looked back at this. I was looking at this rising formation through here. So, I mean, that's rising formations tend to break to the downside. It's actually wicked through here a few times, even closed in here. Where was I drawing this from? Yeah, because you can see where I started looking at this was in here. But since then, it has actually. Close below it right there, reclaim back above it. I don't know if I still have a pattern through here, but it looks like it's losing ground. Yeah, no follow through to the upside. It looks like it's losing ground. So this is still good. This is what's a SFP trade set up from a while back. It's just pushed off to the side, but this is still good. I drew this out when this came up. So it don't look like it's an SFP off of this 4 hour, but that's where I drew it out at. Because it was this high right here. Yeah, see it was bear diving right through there. See how we're declining here and rising here. So we're bear diving right through there. Uh, just not fully losing the structure right here. I'm still looking forward to maybe it reacts around this bottom line right here, but come back down here towards the standard one would be the natural place for me to want to take some interest. The last time we was looking forward to get to the standard one, it stopped out somewhere a little bit higher. It was slightly higher. Let's just say like this distance right here. It stopped out there. Yeah, Bitcoin picked up some steam. Like I was saying, it looked like it had a little bit more strength that time than before. So it could be a bear div right here. I'm not gonna take it. It did break the momentum line as well. So I could see the little extra boost coming in on it. I'm gonna come back over here for that. I could see the little extra boost that came in for it as I was, saying it looked like it had a little bit more leg to it that time. as it chopped this little area. We shall see. Let me see if that even got a rise. Yeah, a little bit it did. Right there it did. Picked up a little bit more off. A little bit more off. Still, still not interested. Mm-mm. Still so not interested. Could be another narrative. Can't fully say. I'm waiting on the liquidity to be taken, but it could just be another bear div right across here. Right now, the math ain't mathing, but the math could start to math, but it's not mathing right now. take a look back at the higher time frame. I don't know what this. Oh, okay. I'm like, what is that? Okay, I did this like that just so I can see where it actually fell below here. Put it on a line chart. 17 minutes on this 1 hour close. Previous day low. $786 still here. This low to this high. 786. Let me see if anything changed with that. Bollinger. A little bit changed in here. It's not that tight. I can wait. It wasn't that tight. Let me see what that lined up with. Still, let me see. Yeah, it's not that tight. Just wait. Waiting for a full breakdown of this formation in here. You can see the Bollinger is concentrating around it. So we had that news data come out too. Let me just check and see what we were looking like on that. Okay. I was looking for a right here. You can see I was looking for 0.3% here. Ended up coming in at 0%. 0.4% here ended up coming in at 0%. 0.8% here ended up coming in at 0.7. So uh, not good. Have nothing through here. Take a look at IBIT. Just want to see where we're standing. Still around that 40. So mad perfect tap there. I'm gonna say too that 38 has a little bit more interest in here right now. That 38. Yeah. They might keep it pinned through here around that 38 and 40. You can basically see that's what's been happening right through here, keeping it pinned around that 38 and 40. Just today, you have a lot more, have an increase in put open interest right now. Let's see how that changes when the market opens. Today's Tuesday. Let me tell you about something crazy. It's not crazy. I mean, we know this is happening, right? So I'm talking to Google, and Google gives me these recommendations for a plug that I can add for the exchange I was using. And okay, I go check out one of the platforms, and then I sign up with them, and I go back and I was like, yeah, I didn't really like you know I didn't even tell it like which one I was looking at. I was like, I don't really like this one. What were the other two? What were the other options? What were all the options that you gave me before? It's like, well, you just signed up for it. I'm like, what? That's a little bit invasive. I don't think that there's a way to not. I mean, like you can block some permissions. I don't think it actually blocks it though. I think that they just see everything you're doing on the computer, and that's all to it. Like, you shouldn't know what I just signed up for. You giving me a recommendation, and you know what I actually signed up for should not be in the conversation together. How is PLTR doing today? Let's see. That's about 30 minutes out from market opening in here. Take a look, see at that. Not really following PLTR too much in here. Still looking for this measured move in here if it happens. And that's just, then if the bears got any in this head and shoulder formation playing out right now. Got a nice little regression line down through there. Rising structure right there. Yeah, not getting any follow through after getting that breakdown below here. You know, not really getting any follow through. Look back at Amazon, see how we're doing over here. Initial entry on Amazon was for 198, which we did tap over here, but I moved that entry, I think, and I shared that yesterday. I think I moved that entry. Uh, I think I did. I know I did, but I can't remember what the number was. But 198 was the initial entry here for was it 198 or 189? I don't know. Anyway, continue down. I'll be looking for here still. But right now, it's trying to hold this little zone right here. At the moment, nothing followed through over here. And even if it did, it would kind of like be late, and I would be looking for another pullback if we get it, and then consider an entry. But right now, I'm not doing that one at all. Apple. Let me see how Apple's doing today. I mean, we met this over here on Apple. And we were talking about the fact that Apple was hitting a little bit of resistance in here. So um, that was the inverse head and shoulder measured move in here off of Apple. That worked out for it. I'm straight up bullish on Apple, but at the same time, like above this line right here, it could either be euphoria or our toppy above that 281 there. We'll know once it gets here if it's going to be euphoric or if it's going to be toppy. And then if it's toppy, I'd either be looking for a failure to maintain above here or push into this top channel line right here for Apple. Um, TSLA. Take a look at Tesla in here, see what has changed in here for Tesla. Nothing really. We dropped down here into looking at this area right here, support zone. For tests, we can see how we lost it before as well. So nothing really to that. Tesla, I'm still thinking Tesla can grind down lower, somewhere closer towards this zone through here and this trend line in here. I've been saying 315, so I'm gonna stick to that narrative of saying the 315. Right now, we got all right. It's back inside the cloud. Hasn't really done that too much since right here. Hasn't really done that too much. No follow through is really taking place in that regard. But this could be it. For a minute, maybe it wants to try bouncing back up. Not interested in Tesla until I do see it around the level that I'm interested in, which again is going to be around that 315 or somewhere down here. I don't um, I don't want it anywhere in these highs, not at all. So doesn't show any follow through. That's all I'm saying. It's not showing any follow through right there. Let's see. It's on the 4 hour time frame. Not showing any follow through on this move here to the upside. Aside from the fact that it did get a momentum flip right here. You can see how we went from white to purple in there. Even had a trend line break or a momentum line break right through here. You can see that right there. Second candle was the one. After that close, that would have been, if you were looking to long it, you would have waited for that one to close. Got in like that. Set your stop loss below these lows in here, and whatever you're looking for in here, at least get a 3 to 1 out of it. But for me, yeah, that's not gonna do it. I don't like it here. I'm looking for something else. So see if we get it. But that was momentum break of the trend line, but the flip actually happened down here. Eh, nope. Um, Uber, Uber, bounce off of the weekly level in here. A little wick down through it though. Still moving, still trending a little bearish through here. Looks like it did, like on the 4 hour here at least. If I see if I can take it from this one right here too, probably. Let's see. Take it from that one too. No, it's just hitting that. Okay, so looking at a rejection there, you can see the chop, 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 chop right there too. We'll see how sideways this goes. A little pennant down here at the bottom, or bear flag, whatever you want to call it. It's down here at the bottom of this though. What am I looking for on this? I don't mind. Break down some more. I'm spot long on this one, so I'll be looking again down here at 64 to buy a little bit more. If we're doing that, yeah, 64. I want to see this move somewhat. I really don't have an interest as long as that's not really moving. I like to see that move. Show me some indication. You see how it moved over here? Like I want to see it move some. I don't like that. Meta. eh, I mapped something out here for Meta just in case it would happen. But Meta's still coiling um, right in here. So some compression in here on Meta. If I move forward daily, mm, yeah, still got some legs on the daily. It had that mean reversion so far. The little bounce there after that candle came into the mean reversion there. It's a little bearish given though, right through here. So I think I measured out the possibility for a head and shoulders is what I measured out right here. Is a possibility for a head and shoulders, and also sort of broadening formation right here. Nothing that has been confirmed over here on this, but it's something that I am still actively watching. And if it does break down, I'm looking for the measured move to be met somewhere down here. But nothing has been confirmed on that just yet. Netty still holding. You know, I got stopped out on Netty at $80 here after buying it off of the bounce from the, well, once it tapped into this lower trend line over here, I picked it up. But I've been stopped out since then. I'm not interested in re-entering or anything like that. You know, it just stopped me out and then it kept going. Actually, it bounced back up from here. Slightly, ever so slightly. But nah, I'll pass. No follow through right now. Coin, same situation for me. I got stopped out on coin down here. Uh, and I'm just waiting right now when it comes to coin. Just waiting. Uh, Understood the possibility of this line down here being a tap zone, but it just came back below where I entered at. Like I entered off of this candle over here. It was actually probably like right in here. It's a golden pocket. So when it first tapped the golden pocket, I entered. So that went below my entry right here ever so slightly. So I just set my stop for that. I'm not going back into coin right now though. I think I was more interested in maybe doing hood, and hood bounced off the golden pocket in here. I still have the measured move for the 786 in here. If it continues down, then I'll be looking to get in here around the 786 or this bottom side of this trend line right here for hood. Let's see if we get that over here. No follow through right now, none whatsoever right now. So yeah, let's see. We'll see. I'm not messing with circle, and that's it for me. Like those are the ones I'm really caring about. Max 7, and then a couple of the other ones in here. I do need to add um, another watch list in here. But yeah, that's it for me on those. Then these were some things that we looked at in here. We looked at this one, this NIM for rejection here at this yellow line. So far, fine. That's gold, but this is, yeah, that's gold. So one really needs to do that one. And over here, where I thought that we had the possibility in here of seeing another rejection off of the red line through here, we're not really getting that. So if it does push up, then I would still be looking here on Exxon. Exxon is a pretty good one to have. I don't know if I had like I don't think I had a measured target in here on Exxon or not. See on the 24 if something comes up. Nah, I don't have anything in here for it. This one I think I did. It's hard to note sometimes. I know that the pattern is a bullish pattern. I thought I had one in here for this. Oh, I do. I have a target in here for this one, which I'm looking all the way up here. About 300 for this. That's my target on this, and the breakout of this, and the flagpole, and all of that good stuff. So this is still holding up. I don't see why I didn't have anything on Exxon, but I don't have anything in here on Exxon. I don't think I like the structure in here on Exxon, even though it continues to push. It is what it is. Then there was this LNG right here, which yeah, I got a target up here for about 244. See how that goes. That's gonna follow through. We're looking at this as a resistance area in here, which and then this right here might be a resistance area in here as well. So it got some resistance points in here along the way as this tries to make its way up higher. ADM looked at this, was talking about a rejection somewhere around in here, which got that, but I mean it's holding up. It's holding up pretty good. Starting to get a little bit of movement out of that cloud. So we'll see. UL. guess I'm looking at that 74. We're still within the range in here, so that's why I'm not looking for much in here. Still within the range. Um, and then of course that's silver, ultra silver. Though I thought I'd put some stuff in here on this, but apparently I don't have anything in here on it. I thought that I did. It's interesting to me that I actually don't. Anyway, we looked at Caterpillar, which is absolutely moonshotting right now. So cat, we talked about the potential of it rejecting right here off of this line, and it did. It got that quick rejection once it hit here, but it held face and did not put in a lower low in here, and put in a higher low and bounced up through it again. So that's cat for you right now. I'd be looking for a swing back below this level right here, right below that trend line if you get that. Okay, but nonetheless, that was a sweet move right there. You get what you get. You get what you get. So FedEx, still waiting on this to play out over here. Got a nice little target in here on FedEx. Looking for it to get up here around 510, something like that. Also put this in here. I was looking at something. Let me see if it doesn't show for me. If it does, okay, yeah. So the trend line through here on FDX. Looking for price action to push up into this. And that could be a first point of resistance, but if it gets through that, then I am looking up here towards 5. So that's how that's still going. Held support through there, and then AA got to break up. Talked about this right here, like kind of being mindful that like it still hasn't invalidated the head and shoulder thesis in here, but it was doing this sort of bullish pattern right here. We have like the falling wedge type pattern taking place in here. It got to break up, still rejecting here off of, it gets past this line right here, that 62.82 right here, because I know that it's still facing resistance in here. You see the little quick rejection right there off of it. But if it gets above that, then it's back in euphoria, and you could see that getting validated right there. I just know that they had some bullish divergence coming through off down here at the time when that drop happened, in this little pattern over here for it. But I'm not playing it. I'm just highlighting a couple of things. J&J was looking at this, and then the potential for it pushing into a level right here, which is not showing up. And yeah, there it is right there. So that's how J&J is going, chopping that trend line right there. Then the next, like I said, I would be looking for price action to get into there. It starts to be a little bit extended once it can get into there. And I did take a position on P&G. I did do that. Even though I know P&G is still hitting around some resistance in here, I did jump in on P&G here. So I like it. I like it, and just have to see how it does. This is the kind of formation that could break down at some point, but I like it. And then the other one was this, which I didn't do anything with that one, so nothing to look at there. But I did again. I got in on PNG. I like it. I like it. We'll see what it does. What it does, if it does. You can see how it was in this formation right here for a while. Got a break on to the downside of this actually twice. Little double bottom in there. Measure move for the double bottom got hit with that there. Um, so let's see. I like it. Let's see if we can't keep it going. So I got additional targets in here on it in terms of what I think it can do. See if that happens. That's it. That's all we can do is hope and pray. Wishing, hoping, praying. Mm. A few minutes till market opens, and then I'm going to be out of here. So I just like to say thank you off the rip for joining me today on the Coin Kings channel. I'm your host, Down to Crypto TA. You can follow me on X at Down to Crypto TA. I haven't really posted a lot of stuff in terms of Bitcoin, but I have been posting stuff in terms of stock market. If you're interested in the stock market, you're going to find a little bit more information coming in there, because I mean, it's nothing to update on Bitcoin at the time, so really nothing to update here. All of the thesis has been given on that, basically from the higher time frame in here. All of that has been given. support levels we were looking at through here. You see how we rejected off of that 71,350, trying to come back up when we did. Rejected right there. So yeah, I mean I've shared multiple times what I'm watching here, and there's nothing to update. The stock market can change because they have earnings, they have dividends, they're constantly developing, something new is coming in. It's very news driven, and Bitcoin just hasn't been that. So there's nothing to carry on with. So do follow me at Down to Crypto TA. We should be able to make money in all these markets, to be honest with you. Hey, we don't need to put all our eggs in one basket. I don't see a reason for that. Got to continue to make some money somewhere. Haven't heard any alarms go off. Power went up to 64.6%. Not buying that top. I can tell you that right now. Not buying that top at all. But it did go up a lot more since we last looked at it. It went up a lot more. Just not playing the top. Not doing it. That's the breakup that we were talking about right here when we zoomed out on the 5 minute time frame, that it probably would continue. But I'm not buying that. I'm not playing the top. At any point am I going to be playing the top. So break to the upside. That's a measured move to the top side here. It's going to be about that 36,352 in here. I mean, it may decide it wants to continue from there, but I am not buying the top. If it comes back down into any one of these levels in here, I get interested. But yeah, that was the break from that 5 minute. Really, I don't know. I didn't even know how to draw the pattern, so I just kept it to the top line. But yeah, if it comes back down into here somewhere, I'll look at it. Let me make sure that didn't move for me. If it moved for me, then I'm gonna have to move those. Yeah, it did. It moved on me. I don't really need to draw it now because it's still rising. It's not flat anymore. So just let that continue to go and do its thing. I mean, it's strong over here, but I'm not buying no tops. Would have needed to already be in this uptrend. Which I mean, you can see it's really strong. Really been strong. Going to continue with the little strength that it got through here. I'm not playing that either. I already have a long position. I'm not interested. Right through here because I don't. I mean, even though it did this little momentum thing, it's got this little bit of momentum showing through here. Um, eh, it's no. Mm-mm. I want that liquidity to get taken right now, so I continue to wait on that to happen. Bitcoin might want to come and stop me out of my little short that I got, but my short is up higher. I gotta my stop is in place, but like I said, it is up higher. Uh, and have to refresh my screen. What's going on here? Looks a little different. That's the short. I have to come up here and get me on that. And that was from this area right here. Because I got my long open too. I already have one long open, so I'm not interested in that. But that's the short right there. I got it up here with this blowfin, of course. But I got it up there. So it had to come back and stop me out on that. I haven't taken any profit off of it because it's a hedge position. So if it stops me out, it stops me out. I won't take a loss on it or anything like that. I just won't have, I will not have taken any profit off of it because it's just a hedge against my loan. But I didn't see me taking this. Okay, trying to pick up a little bit more push through here. Let's see what changed over here. Nothing. So stay just like that one. All right, got an alert on Pippin now. Let me take a look back at that Pippin and see what Pippin is doing. Alright, so Pippin is inside of the zone in here. I want to see how Pippin is going to do in here to consider potentially wanting to short it. We'll see. It's not quite there yet, but within the area that I'm looking at for. Let me see. Showing some bearish divergence through here. Squeeze. I'm gonna do so I don't get trapped with it continuing to create that squeeze. I do it just like that. And I'll come back to it. Yeah, let me do that one too. So I can look for the SFP. That was the solid break over here too, if you were playing that, which it wasn't managing to do before. It's that solid break right there. I'm not interested. And the reason why I want to see the cloud move too, something like that, is because this is corrective as long as it stays below this white line right here. It's generally just corrective because it has to be above the white line and deviate away from it. So at some point that could happen through here, but right now I'm not betting on this. This is the top. You want to see a closure above. Like you could say this right here for me. Eh, nah. Right here, if I'm zooming out, this top right here, I want to see it close above this. And then if it pulls back and puts in a higher low, like an inverse right here, it becomes a little bit more interesting. But right now, no. Should know. Should know for me. Descending channels tend to break to the upside, but it's a no today. In this hour, it's just a no. I see what market makers are reaching for in here. Or whoever's moving it a little bit in here. What can you be reaching for? Back down this. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody come on. Can I say? Nothing new there. Mm. I am going to stick around and see what the SPY does here. Once market opens here at 9:30, I want to see if the SPY is going to continue to push up and break through that trend line that we were looking at and possibly get up here to the top side of that second one there. I just want to see that, and then I'm going to be out of here. And then I'll update you one last time on IBIT open interest. That's how I did it last night when I made my little attempts. Or not last night, it was yesterday when we were, actually, it was after we finished streaming. So, I made an attempt right here on the short. Just looking at this drop back down here, made an attempt off of the short there, and again, it ended up just being a little, a little scalp position. But it was a hedge, so I didn't take any profit on that. I just let it stop me out. When it moved back up, and then when price action came into the bottom side of the cloud here, I took the short attempt again on it because I figured it would reject there. And it just did the same thing that it did over here. You got like a scalp position in here if you want to take profit out of that. I didn't. I let it come back and stop me out on that. And then we pushed up in here. Um, we actually broke outside of the cloud right here. But like I said, still below the scale in here, and the formation is rising. That tends to give right there, and so I entered again there, and so that's my short that I'm in right now. Then it did this fugazi stuff over here. uh, but anyway, you can see it put in a bear div right there though. Lower highs on momentum, higher high on price action, and rolled over. I don't feel no different in here right now, so that's why I'm able to wait. Said I didn't really see any follow through. If I zoom out over here on this, now it did reclaim back above this, if I line chart that, it did reclaim back above there, and that's fine. But eh, nah, you can see the little strength that did come in off of it. My goal is to play the 4 hour, and 4 hour right now um, doesn't suggest that it's bullish again yet. So once it does, maybe that. Alert. Yeah, I'm not feeling that. Okay, market is open. I'm gonna check back on that IBIT for you, and see how that's changed up, and if it changed up at all. It's back on my six figure. Open that back up for you. Um, Take a look at SPY. Okay, it's just standard, still there. So I didn't see any change there. And again, for SPY, looking to see if SPY comes back up here. Actually taps this trend line. See if we get a rejection off of that trend line right there. If not, then I'll be looking for SPY to come up here. Since it is a broadening formation, you can see that right here. At this point, that's what it flipped into, this sort of megaphone pattern right here. Megaphone pattern. See if we get that here on SPY. You can move that top line right there. But here, let me take a look at IBIT here. And again, I think IBIT probably keep prices pinned in between that 38 and that 40. For some reason, that's just how I feel about it. It stay pinned in between that 38 and 40. Nothing changed immediately in here, and coming back to look at it. Nothing at all. No new OI interest here on the loan side, even though we had seen that prior for today. Nothing new. But prior, we did see the open interest increase there. Now, open interest has been increasing on the put side. Like I said, at 38 to about that 40 could be like a just a range they just kind of keep pricing inside of. Um, and so what I was looking at again with that was here. You see this right here. This is like keeping it in between that 40 and 38 right here, like that. So I said a little bit more open interest on the put side of things right now for it. And that could change throughout the day, but right now that's more so what it is for IBIT. And that liquidity, if they're going to give us that, if they're going to give us that liquidity grab, that's what I'm looking at with this setup right here is that liquidity. Now it is set for exactly where the liquidity is set to be on coin glass, but you'd be looking for the liquidity to be taken, which means you want to set your entry a little bit below that. And then your validation, like you have to go back and look at the invalidation. Since there is no actual invalidation, I just set it for like a $250 move against current price action. That's how I set it over here. If that's going to happen, that's when I'd be interested in taking a new long position on it. But that's what I'm looking at over here. As you can see, the bright yellow right here. So 68 117 is what it reads right now. And I think I put this in when I did the inputs. See it dropped since then. It's a little bit more in here. Uh, yeah, it has since. No, that's higher. 68. I don't know, it says 68, but yeah, 68 117. So it did rise up a little bit. So I can leave this like it is. Yeah, leave that as is uh, in here. That's what I'm gonna look for. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Maybe bring it in a little bit more for this. I mean, this is the order block right here. So this covers that area. You know, the order block right here. I'm not gonna limit long into it either. I want to see some sort of reaction. And then, just adjust what are you willing to do with it. Like I said, this is just a $250 move against price action if it comes down to here. Um, by all means, you can always do something different. And with that chart that I was showing you on the open interest, it's going to be like a 10 to 15 minute delay on that information as well. But yeah, so just based on the stuff that I'm seeing, like I wasn't going to do that one. SPY not really moving up right now either. Uh, need to check back on. I don't know why I'm so anxious on that Microsoft. I don't know. I just had a little bit of anxiety on it, but so far with me, we're doing good on that setup. We're doing good on it so far. But don't forget the bear div on that. So this indicator right here, if you're familiar with ADX, it's created around ADX. I just put my own logic into it, so it's created around that. I have this notion that indicators become, I mean, like they still do their job, but at some point, that you just have to learn them a different way. And once I learn something a different way, I modify it to my own logic. And that's all I did over here. You can see that logic works, right? That logic works. Sit on your hands. This my quantum trend indicator right here, this QTD. This I worked around the logic of the RSI, but I modified the math. So sometimes it'll look similar to the RSI, and then other times it won't because of how I mapped it around my own logic. I really think there's like a misconcept of how to use the RSI. That's my thoughts. It's a misconcept. And everybody teaches you the same thing when it comes to it, and I don't think it's that simple. Even as a creator, sometimes, you don't know what something does. Like it took me a long time to kind of figure this one out. It took me a while because it ended up showing me some different stuff than what I was thinking. But yeah, it took me a while to kind of learn some things about my own indicator. All right, so we're coming into this area right now. We'll see how we're gonna do with taking that liquidity. Like I said, this is dead. This was dead set on it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens in here. Uh, Actually, I want to see what happens. It's about time for me to go. I'm trying to hang in here though. I'm trying to hang in here to get something sweet out of this whole sitting here waiting situation. Back to the bottom side of the channel right here. Got this liquidity in here also that I was looking for price action to grab and probably get like some sort of reaction off of. Not seeing that happen just yet, but because we haven't grabbed the actual liquidity that I was referring to in here just yet. And like I said, with IBIT, it seems to be more open interest coming in on the put side today. So that had jumped dramatically as opposed to the call open interest decreased a lot, a lot. Like a lot of profit taking happened on the long side. That's why I kept looking for that short yesterday. All right, so we just hit that level. Let's see, let's see. I don't want to just jump in blindly. It's working a little bit. I'm sorry. My money gets scared sometimes. 4 hours still looks like garbage. Just to be clear, 4 hours still looks like garbage. That put me up like 77% on that short though. I like that. Let's see. I mean, if you wanted to do it, you can. Just, $250 move against you won't hurt you. Um, how am I feeling about it? Oof. It's getting a nice reaction right now. I didn't get in. I'm not chasing either. I'm gonna let it finish. Get this candle closed. That's a DJing play if you don't wait for it. And if I adjusted this, make sure I'm getting that. That's why I should have done the channel on it. If I adjust that, which I don't really want to do. Let's see. Got some bullish divvy there. Right now, gotta get that candle closed first. Confirm it. The bullish divergence here on this 15-minute time frame. You can see lower low, higher low. After that liquidity grab, and you can see here liquidity taken. So that's why we're getting that nice reaction right there. Liquidity taken. I should have just DJed. Let me see. I know I said the other thing that I would potentially wait on outside of that order block. I'm just being funny about my money. I'm just saying. I'm being funny about my money. Was price action kind of like breaking below here, and just for the reason of, I don't know, it has bullish divvies right now. It's like, but if it came below, you know, really outside of relative strength right here. Right now, it looks like it's doing something more like that. Bears, bears. Just tap that one more time. I feel like it's gonna be a waste of my time trying it from right here, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'll be honest with you. I think it's gonna be a waste of your time too, because the 4 hour looks like garbage. I'm gonna do it. Oh shit! I just messed up. Dang it! I was on the wrong account. I was on the wrong account, and I just moved my long entry on Bitcoin. God dang it! Oh my gosh! I just did it from the wrong account and move my loan entry because I added to my loan from a few days ago. OMG. Dang. Dang. Now I'm going to get stopped out of my loan position from much lower. Wow. Oh well. I did take profit on my loan position already. But if this doesn't hold up, it's going to stop me out. And I just added to my previous loan, which moved my loan entry up. And oh my gosh, it's on the wrong account. Dang. The fury in me right now. Seriously, the fury in me right now. This is me hoping right now. I was willing to be wrong on another account, but to add to the current long I was already in, it just sucks because, ah, we don't have the strength for me to be adding into the long I was already in. And the 4 hour looks like crap. Let's see what MACG is looking like. It looks like crap over here on this 15 minute. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, it has the bull divs. That's all. That's the only hope I have. Oh boy. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. So far, God is with me. So far, that can end real quick. Oh, let me not bring God into trading. Forgive me. It's a good thing I'm head short too, though. But yeah, that changed everything for me. Oh boy. I guess gold is still doing good. Uh, let's see, it got a bounce up above that shoulder to the that right shoulder. Got a bounce up above that right shoulder. But like I said, it can still be classified as a head and shoulders, regardless of that. The neckline doesn't change. Just the starting point of that shoulder would be the only thing that has to change on gold. I did see on gold, however, I did see an attempt for that 4 hour to flip back up positive. That was a failure. Right now, with that little rejection on gold, it was a failure for that flip. But if you're not breaking that neckline, then that flip might still take place on gold on the 4 hour time frame. Just letting you know that. Uh, I know you're not on the chart looking at it, but I'm just letting you know that could be a thing. So I just noticed that my P&L on gold had jumped back up to about 128%. But yeah, just watch out for that. follow through. Really, no follow through. Even with the bullish divvy in here, bullish divvy, no follow through yet. Testing the lows. If this does drive forward and we can get up to at least about 69 130, which is going to be the bottom side of the cloud right here, also the bottom side of the channel right here, I'm going to go ahead and take out half on that position that I'm in. And then that way, if it comes back, at least I've locked in a second time. Hmm. At least I will have locked in a second time if I can get that. Otherwise, it's gonna come back and it's gonna stop me out because I was on the wrong account when I made that entry. Um, mm. And for my short position, even though it's in profit, I did half the size that I had on the long. Since it was a hedge, so it's not really anything to really take from that too much anyway. Anything is better than nothing, but come on, Bitcoin. Because I got to go. It's 10 o'clock. I know you guys have places to be, people to see. It's 10 o'clock. I'm way past my time. I'm just trying. I'm just trying in here. Crap. Anyway, I think I'm just going to go ahead and end it there. And I'll let you know what I'm looking to do, how I think things could go. Yeah, yeah. So I'll update you, let you know. I mean, well, you can see right here, stop loss. Dang. Let's see. I added into this position. So like I said, it moved me on that. I just want you guys to know that I am in it. So it will come back and stop me out. Probably come back and stop me out. So yeah. Dang it. Still short as well. But like I said, I only did half of the size that I had on the long. I'm using more leverage on the short. On the short, I'm using 20x. On the long, I was only doing a 5x on it. So I had to put in more capital on that long too. There was more money that went into that long, way more money than what's on my short position. That's a big difference between 5x and 20x. So I only TP'd one time off the long, and yeah, gold. Like I said, that rejection. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But gold, like I said, on that rejection, with gold. Before I go, you can see that here. So it did come up and take out this shoulder. That doesn't really matter to me because at the end of the day, it's still a head and shoulders until it takes out this head for me. Right now, like it can still be a valid short, a valid head and shoulders. It just invalidated the first idea of it being a head and shoulders. That's all it did, was invalidate the first idea of that being a head and shoulders. The neckline is still intact. This can be moved over because that head did not get taken out over here. You can see the clear rejection in here. You can see right here also, it tried to do this thing with the 4 hour time frame. It didn't get the follow through, but it did try to flip that 4 hour. It did try. Not successful. Put this right here. Put this right here. So not successful. Momentum is still to the downside right now. Haven't taken out a low down here for me to really say that, but if this is breaking back below the mean, then yeah, the continuation would be to the downside. I would look at this high over here as being an area for support here on gold. If not, look here to this trend line right here where we have the 7-8, I mean the golden pocket at as well. So I mean, like, you can take liquidity over trend line, so don't bank on that trend line too much. Just for liquidity to be taken either here or here is what you're going to be looking at. And just kind of, go along with what your momentum is. So like I can move this and do this like this, and it looks a little weird. I know it does, but yeah, I could do that with it. Uh, and it could still be a valid, they're not as pretty as they make them seem, like when they show you on charts on lines, when they draw it out artistically, it's not as pretty as it looks on a real chart. Real chart is not so pretty. But that's what I'm looking at here on gold, and I think this is. Let me make sure. It's supposed to be on a 4 hour time frame anyway. Still looking at this pattern here, which I think is a bearish pattern. But like I said, you're still putting in a little bit of higher lows in here. So you're still putting in a little bit of higher lows in here. It's still above the breakout point, the back. I mean, somebody would consider this to be a back test, and that is still holding. So that's that with gold. That's all I'm saying to you on gold. I'm long. I'm not short on gold, so I'm long, and you all know that because we talked about where we could find a good entry at over here on gold. Uh, Bitcoin pushing up a little bit more. Oh my gosh! Please go to Valhalla. Please, at least get back into here. If it can get back into here, like I said, I'm gonna shave half off. Just lock in some more profits because that does move my. I have to move my stop on that as well. Uh, Man, patience is everything sometimes in this market. It's everything. That's what I'm looking at. You see that red over here, 69,130. That's off the Binance chart. We get right there. I'm scaling out half. So if it comes back, I've at least locked in for a second time. Oh, there we are. There we are. I'll close. I closed half. Took profit on half of that. Did this mark me in that limit, or did it take it? I think it took it. It's just not showing me my. Okay. So we did that. You see how we're getting that reaction off the bottom side of that cloud right there? I just want to show you that I went ahead and locked in. You have to laugh sometimes. Oh no, that's the short. Hold on. Hold on. Did I lock in on my short or my long? I locked in on my long. Why isn't it? Hold on, let me make sure that's giving you the right information, honey. That's the short. Hold on. I didn't lock in on the short. I did not lock in on the short. I locked in on the long. Why is this short still showing up though? Oh, I don't know. It's supposed to show you guys short. I'm at the long position and it keeps showing. Hold on. No. Anyway, I locked in on the long position. Um, I don't know why it's doing that. I honestly cannot explain that. Okay, there we go. Like I said, once it hit that bottom side of the cloud, I was gonna lock in on the long. You can see close price right there, 69,034. That was, it's Blowfin chart, so it's gonna look different from Binance, but that's where it locked in for me on on Blowfin. So I locked in right there. You should do the same if you did take that long. If you were more of a DGen than I was initially, but we got it done, and you know if we push in a little bit more, I would be looking at that 69,795 off a Binance chart at least. On Blowfin, it's going to look a little different if you're a Blowfin trader. Uh, See, Blowfin didn't even tap it. Blowfin didn't even tap it. So if I'm looking at it again from here, you can see that 69,160 here. Blowfin didn't even tap it. So that's different. That brings me all the way down to somewhere through here, but Blowfin didn't even tap it. So that's what that is. Blowfin 69,802 if it does manage to push up a little bit higher than that. And then you see the other one, 69,160 right there. So, all right, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to leave now. But I prefer to use Binance chart instead of Blowfin because it's more liquidity on Binance. And I base my decisions around Binance chart over Blowfin all day, every day. Love you. I'll see you later.